Yes, bitch, I'm mum. Bitch, I'm mum. Bitch, are you mum? Cause bitch, I'm mum. Yes, good afternoon, mum. Bitch, I'm mum.
can I assist you, Mum? Right away, Mum.
Because I can, what's up for our conversation? Oh, I forgot to tell y'all what I'm over here. So what I'm wearing today, um, Lauren Betts. People were asking Lauren Betts, is Lauren Betts trans? So it was a bunch of questions of whether or not somebody was trans, and I was like, oh, that's trans. That everybody's trans, and I think they're too. So I wanted to talk about that. To me, I'm sorry, I think it's
Power on. Connection successful.
for many people, not everybody, but I think of many people. I think knowing somebody's gender assignment, like what their gender was assigned at birth, is like a subconscious baseline on how they are going to interact with you, or communicate with you, or categorize any kind of social information about you. And so, because, and I do think it's subconscious, and I think it's conscious. I do think it just depends on the person, but I do think that baseline and how people treat you if they know what you are, I think that people do that. And I think when you, when you, when you're ambiguous in your presentation and they can't figure it out, I think that it feels disorienting. Like I think it throws people off a little bit, and in some levels, I think that is unconscious and not necessarily malicious. And then I think on some levels that it is very conscious and very malicious. Like people are just trying to shade you, or it's their malicious bias that's coming out when they really want to categorize you. And so that's one element of it. I think it's just that reliance on rigid gender binaries. I need to know what you are. I need to know what's between your legs. Blah 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 blah. And additionally, in recent times, I think that the hyperfixation is heavily fueled by current political and media landscapes, um, and that treat trans identities as a point of constant debate. Like it's that's just where we are in the culture right now. The cultural scrutiny amplifies um, because this is such a big, large public discourse about trans people, and this public discourse about trans people. It kind of amplifies people's curiosity and amplifies the policing, and so it changes. Um, it changes because of so and this is like the double-edged sword of visibility. Like visibility normalizes us, but it also opens us up to more scrutiny because we're shining light on something that has been in the dark for a long time, in the subculture of the LGBT. Because a lot of times in the LGBT, she was looked to. It was just lesbians, gays, and, and little B, and little T. Because B's want to hide, and T's want to be stealth, and not be harmed and be safe, so they want to keep their teeth. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't the main topic. And once gay marriage passed, we became the main topic. And while normalization is good on one level, sometimes visibility can bring more scrutiny, and that can be a negative. So it's like a double-edged sword of awareness and scrutiny of us. Um, and so it transforms it from a personal aspect of identity into a public spectacle. Okay? And that public spectacle is driven by the lack of familiarity with the subject. And at times, it kind of can expose like an underlying anxiety about the changing social norms of the day. You know, you hear, this is just a small example, you'll hear the straight men shadily saying something along the lines of, oh shit, you gotta see the women's birth certificate nowadays. These transformers is looking, more and more like real women. I'm only dating women with children because then you know for sure that's a woman because they out here getting pussies and getting surgeries to make them look like real women. And that kind of anxiety of trans women being out here, especially along the lines of, especially if they have bought into the fake propaganda point that trans women are out here tricking men and blah blah blah, and you never know they're out here deceiving, and that's why they be getting murdered. If they have bought into that fake lie, then it gives them anxiety about their options, especially since their options are so limited, since they're so trash. So yes, I wanted to kind of point those things out. But for me, in my opinion, I think I think the people's obsession with the trans, whether or not somebody is trans, is rooted in this current obsession, cultural obsession with it being a super talking point, and getting people clicks and getting people, there's that girl. If you go to that girl, remember that girl recently that was in the gym with the white trans woman, and it blew up into a viral moment. She was at the gym with her, and you can tell that she's trying to spit it into.
Well, come on.
From there for Los Angeles, and she just had kind of Trish is her name, Trish or whatever. And now that has died down, you can tell she's trying to grasp for some kind of relevance. If you go to her page now it's like she's popping up as like,
No, not Trish.
It's like her, Angela Stanton.
I don't know what she's doing.
They bringing trans people on and talking about trans subjects.
Well, come here.
All of that kind of stuff. Now, they're trying to grasp at straws and really trying to hold on to relevancy, and so they'll use the trans topic to go viral because it's a hot, big viral morning attention. That's what it's yes, morning attention. And so, we that obsession with the gender binary, trying to make it rigid and not as fluid as it actually is, and then just an obsession with us until it can get there. So, I also, before we get into some of the specific examples, I also want to talk about,
Oh, okay.
I want to do some self-reflection. If you're listening to this currently or after, because, after we're not live, I really want us to
I always.
do some self-reflection and
I don't know about that.
own behavior as an ally and as an actual trans or queer person. I'm a very niche person. I'm not somebody out here that's like super, super popular, and so I know, and I like the anonymity of that, it's not just complain at all. I don't want to be some super, super popular person, because I don't want to be getting all that. Because it's hard to people know me. I'm popular.
The hell?
aware of some of the conflict, some of that bullshit that some of the people. Like I ain't never had no deal whisperer type of situation. I ain't never.
You got some cold paws.
So usually people that, because I'm such a niche type of content creator, usually people that watch me, sometimes I'm preaching to the choir, who or preaching to other queer people or allies who want to learn more, who don't have a resistance to the idea of trans and wanting to learn more and accept as far as that. So sometimes I'm preaching to the choir. And so because of that, somebody who sometimes with the choir, because they in the choir, they feel like they know everything or they don't have any biases, transphobic biases, they don't have any anti-black. they think they woke and super woke. But I think sometimes that does you a disservice because you're not actually analyzing how it can show up in your own behavior. So while I'm preaching to the choir, I do want you to that kind of when you have that idea that you know everything or that you don't have a problem with trans people, it blinds you to where it may show up. You may not. You may be somebody who accepts trans women as women, trans men as men, trans men as men. You may be somebody that is like that, but it might show up somewhere in another aspect of your life. Your transphobia might show up in another aspect of your life. It's kind of like me with anti-blackness. Sometimes it'll show up somewhere that I didn't, that I least expected it, and I'm like, ooh, that feels like anti-blackness within myself. And so you have to be self-reflective in your own biases around some of these systems, around racism, around misogyny, around colorism, around, these systems that we kind of talk about. And a lot of times people on the left or people in the progressive spaces, they think they know everything and don't want to accept when it comes out in their own behavior. And so I really want you to take yourself out of the voyeuristic, voyeuristic place where you like thinking you on the outside looking in, like you're not the problematic one. I want you to look at yourself and maybe see where you can show up different in certain spaces and how your behavior might, when are you obsessed with somebody's tea, or when can this kind of show up when you're in public and you're questioning, ooh, is this a man, this a woman, or how do you respond, even in your own consciousness? Okay, so I want you to, you may not, and this doesn't mean that everybody has every single problem, but sometimes when we think we know everything, we kind of are blind, so our blind spots and our biases. So I want you to move yourself from the voyeur to being self-reflective and how it shows up in your own behavior. Got it? Y'all understand it? If you're just joining us, make sure you thumbs up. It is 31 people in here. Thumbs up. And so I want to make sure that's free. That don't cost nothing. Yeah. So I wanted to say that this is. I know that sometimes I put you to the choir, but I want to get to the be more self-reflective and how it shows up. And let's get it started in talking about specific examples. Let's talk about how some of these kind of like high-profile media phenomena illustrate how this obsession with trans people plays out in real time. So let's talk about the weaponization of gender speculation in pop culture. Here's an example that you probably know is in 2004, there was this relentless online scrutiny surrounding public figures in sports. When we think about Angela Perini and Iman Khalid, the boxing cisgender woman who kind of looked masculine and was fighting in a cis girl, or the ongoing internet rumors surrounding like a Lady Gaga, who famously shut down speculation by saying, "Why the hell am I going to waste my time and give a press release about whether or not I have a penis. My fans don't care, and neither do I. Which I thought was a kiki, because one of the reasons why I love Lady Gaga, she will read a little bit. And so questioning her gender identity, we question Serena Williams, we question, there is literally a sector of people, and I've ran into them, who believe themselves even though she has two children. So even though, they love to say, I have a pussy, I have a period, I can have children, and you can't, you still can be affected by transphobia. You are not exempt. Your pussy doesn't make you exempt. Because of these arbitrary lines of womanhood, that shit don't make you exempt. Look at what, we'll talk about this later, but look at what's happening with the president of France and so on and so on. Whole documentary about that. I'll get that later. But these are some examples of how it shows up in the culture. And I think what happens is this this also shows how this speculation is rarely about facts and almost always about policing women's rights. Because it's very few people. I want to say all the. I want to say never, but it's very few times that I see this happening to men. I rarely see celebrity men being questioned on whether or not they are a woman. Does it make sense? I usually see it happening to black women, but I definitely rarely see it happening to men. I feel like it's about policing women's bodies who don't fit into a hyper feminine or Eurocentric aesthetic standard. But anybody, if you're a little too tall, your jaw a little too strong, feet a little too big, a little too dark, a little whatever, opposite of the Eurocentric beauty standards or hyper feminine beauty standards that they have set, the what Toni Morrison calls the mass around beauty. It feels anybody who falls, anybody who falls outside of that, they're susceptible to that scrutiny, that misogyny. Absolutely, they are susceptible to that. And as Greg just said, it's crazy to see black people question her gender. Absolutely insane, but because we are black, it automatically makes us susceptible to that. Like it just is because they have the world we live in America, but it's global too. And some of these examples that I just gave, they are not. It's not in an American context. It's in a global context. But just the fact that you're black and you look black, our features has been masculinized. From the big nose, the big lips, any kind of those Afrocentric or ethnic features
This is a
that
beautiful
is
coffee.
attributed to us, they can
I
still.
might buy one.
But when it's on us, it is deemed to be masculine. It is deemed to be not beautiful. It is deemed to be, something that can bring our gender into question. And so, I want to ask, and so I want to ask us, I want to kind of ask us a question. Y'all tell me, in your own lived experience, how has, like, the media trained you to view, or train us, to view trans identity as like a mystery to be solved, or a reveal, rather than just a way of somebody's being? And for me, I think I think it goes back to, what the documentary Disclosure really brilliantly If you ever watched the documentary on Netflix called Disclosure, um, produced by the Laverne Cox and others, I think it brilliantly laid out how we were trained to see trans people as those kind of deviant, scary things, killers, put some lotion on the skin, on the sides of the land as an example. Any kind of like intervening stuff, that's like a sexual deviant and weird and putting, making us this scary, abnormal thing. We think of
I didn't realize how.
We should chill sometime. Hey, what's up? Hey, honey, how are you?
um, old school talk show circuit. The trans girls, and I'm not blaming them at all, but the girls using those as stepping stones or just to get 15 minutes of fame, to be on those shows and using their gender identity and putting it on display as a spectacle. I remember girls doing the Donahue. I remember girls doing, it ranged from a done very tastefully, quote unquote, on certain shows like a Oprah or a Donahue or Sarah Jesse Raphael, and done very untastefully. When you think about Jerry Springer, is it a man, is it a woman, and them allowing the audience to get a mic and they read enough. And you know what I'm saying? It can be untasteful too. And I think those, and I experienced it firsthand. I remember getting on the bus, and one of the girls in my city, who was a little bit less passable, got on the bus. I got on the bus. I've been pretty, I've been pretty passable. I didn't really, it didn't take too much for me And so I've always had a certain level of basketball to where I could get in the bus and um, enjoy a certain level of entertainment. You know what I'm saying? I can get on and not be, oh my God, that's amazing. I've been pretty blessed in that kind of way. I'm not saying that I don't ever get flagged. I'm not implying that, but I'm just saying on average I usually don't. And so I can just get on and be cool. I remember this one time I got on the bus. Nobody clocked me. I got on the bus and did it. One of the girls got a paycheck. One of the girls that I knew got on the bus. She's not as passable as me, and the whole bus went up in an uproar. And they started using the language that was popular at the time, and literally quoting what we would see on Jerry Springer. Like, it's a man, Maury. It's a, or Jerry Springer. It was Maury and Jerry Springer that was a common. That was a common thing that people watched. It's a man, like literally saying on the bus, as if they were in the audience of the show, it's a man, Maury, to be funny and embarrass this trans woman on as she goes to work. Like she is literally in her scrubs headed to a job at the hospital. Like you can tell, like because she's in her scrubs and she has her stuff on, and they literally in the back of the bus is saying, "It's a man. Oh, we can tell." Da, 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 da. Like just for nobody asked, nobody just harassing them. That's just what it is. And so these type of shows set the stage for this to happen in real life. And this is why when I wrote my piece for Essence, I wrote a piece on they spelled my name wrong, but I wrote this article. In Essence for Essence, they spelled Styles with E. Thank you, Moni. I wrote this article in Essence, that one I just linked it in there. I wrote this article in Essence, and I talked about how, people love to say jokes are jokes, and it's just jokes, and blah, 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 blah. But what if you live our experience, what you put out in the world can lead to actual harm in the real world. And so, yes, you think it's a joke, but it's going to turn into harm. So, in that regards, I think when I thought about Dave Chappelle, in that situation, I remember, like right in the moment, this whole calling us the alphabet people, that was not a slur. That was not a statement that people were using until that stand up special came out. He called us the alphabet people, and people started to use that in real life. I remember being in a public space, they saw a trans person, and they were saying alphabet people. I was like, so while, yes, you, particularly the comedian, are just telling a joke, people will take that joke and harm people and weaponize it against actual people in real life. So you trying to absolve yourself of the harm that is doing to trans people doesn't work. It's not just jokes. It translates into real harm and harassment, even if you don't intentionally do it. And now all of a sudden, Dave Chappelle is out on this campaign talking about, oh, I regret the right-wing Republican Party misusing what I'm saying and weaponizing it against trans people. That was not my intention. Shut the fuck up, Dave. Bitch ass nigga. You, why
holds position in the air.
One of the main people
Security teams, once the ground crew has what we're after,
spreading
coordinate the
anti-trans propaganda, and you knew it. You kept talking about it. It wasn't a one-off thing.
If we never meet again,
You kept doing specials and having moments in these specials during this time. And now all of a sudden, what?
And it
I
wasn't me because
I
I
don't
was
know.
never here. Stay strong. I love you all.
Weaponizing it against trans people. That was not my intention. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. That was your intention. You knew what you were doing because we were calling you out and you were rebutting it in the next special and all this kind of stuff. And then even try to use a trans woman killing herself based on aligning with you and people talking, trying to call her in, and then she killed herself. Their own community is forcing them to suicide and to get out of here. No, it was you. It was you and your propaganda and your bullshit that put us in this situation. One person who ain't going to let you slide, Jonathan. At all. No. Get the fuck out of here. No, I'm not going to let you. Even this Tucker Carlson shit. All these motherfuckers that's on there, this is a different subject, but all these motherfucking Republicans and right-wing talking heads that are now that he can't run again. You see what I'm saying? Now that he can't run again and they don't have to align with him, now they're like, oh, we recorrect. We didn't ask for war. We didn't ask for what's happening with ICE. We didn't ask for this. Bitch, yes, you did. He's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. Y'all did vote for this. This is what y'all wanted. He ain't some new motherfucker. He had a whole presidency of this bullshit before this time. And now all of a sudden, Tucker Carlson and all these other motherfuckers is like, oh, this is not what we voted for. Yes, it is, whole ass motherfucker. And yeah, we gotta stop acting like they didn't fucking vote. They're voted against their interests. That's the smart ones, the talking heads. But even the dumb, broke, poor, right-wing people, usually white, but even the other ones, they did not fucking not vote against their interests. Their interest is white supremacy. That's their interest, baby. So when we say they voted against their interest, they're lying. Their interest is to keep white supremacy upheld. That is their interest. Even if it's against their pockets, they white supremacy is so powerful that they believe in it, that they want to keep it upheld. Even if they keep it in the ground. I'd rather be poor and white than to let these men and let these motherfucking other people be successful. Recently, Kimberly Foster just came back. She talked about, which I thought I didn't know. She talked about how in the late 90s, Oklahoma, Democratic legislators put themselves, gave and voted to give everybody universal daycare. And how that simple change in giving everybody daycare, state-funded daycare, literally took them out of the bottom when it comes to education and put them somewhere in the middle. I literally took them up. And then since then, they have dismantled all of this, and now they're back at the bottom. Like, you literally see it helping people. You literally see it helping people, and y'all helping your state in general as a whole. And damn, y'all done voted to go against this, and now y'all back at the bottom of education. The fuck? Are you stupid? No. They don't care about that. They care about like they care about that. Anyway, I don't think the media information share what mother information of women in existence. In the 90s, I used to go to clubs and such as they were when they were in the Navy. I found that they didn't go out like that, and that they So that reminds me of a situation. I remember in early on, if you don't know, I used to be a part of an organization called Black Trans Advocacy. We, we did a conference every year. It still goes on. I'm just not looking at that shit that pushed me to that right. Um, but BTAC, Black Trans Advocacy Conference, was every year. And in the early days, I was with them for like 12 years, 11, 12 years. And in the early days of its existence, we had one of the most powerful conversations that I remember having between we did a workshop where we were the intention of the workshop was to bridge the gap between cisgender women and trans women. And so, half the room was cis, half the room was trans, and it's me, Michael Roberts, some of the cis women was Escalanda Brown, which is one of the other, the founder is Carter Brown, his wife is Esty. And, it just was a mix in the room. And so, and I didn't think about this, but it was a blind side of mine because let me explain. So in the midst of the conversation, of course, in this stage, and none of the girls had a problem with me doing that. Even as a bush queen, like no, it was none of. They never said anything. They would pull me into the bathroom and we're playing in makeup. You know what I'm saying? It never was an issue. So then when I transitioned, it never was an issue either. I never really had an issue with the bathroom until college, and that was years into college. Like I had a bathroom issue when I was a junior, and so even in my freshman year, going into the girls' bathroom was never an issue until my junior year in college. So I was like, I never met cisgender girls who had an issue with me going to the bathroom. I just never had. It was always understood that we don't want you. You know what I'm saying? So they didn't respond to me like I'm some dude, some jock dude coming into the bathroom. So the idea of us being an unsafe thing in the women's bathroom, I always thought it was just bullshit because the cisgender women I grew up around, it was anecdotal, but it never was an issue. So I'm like, what? And so, no. Even before I was a girl, like before I started, when I was in junior high, I transitioned in the summer between junior high and high school. So in junior high, I was a boy. I was a gay, butch queen little boy. So even when I was even when I identified as a gay boy, it was me going into the girls' bathroom was never a thing. So trans, gay, just being a spirit, they knew I'm not trying to fuck with you. So and this is what I gave in conversation that was had. So they never looked at me as some danger. You see what I'm saying? It never was a thing. They knew I liked the boys. They knew I didn't like no girls. And it didn't have anything to do with my possibility. It had something to do with me being queer. So, I mean, I can hear women now. I don't. That goes back to what I said in the beginning. If you're the type of woman that has a problem with being called cis, this ain't gonna happen. I'm not the person for this. If you are that far right or that sensitive about, you don't know what cis means, This ain't the place. You negative one. This is like a higher level conversation. If you're still on that, this ain't, I don't even want you here. So I don't really care. So if you have a problem with me calling you sis, you think of it as negative, we ain't never gonna be on the same. It's kind of like somebody saying, I don't see trans women as women. And we don't have anything. We on a whole different plane of the world, so we don't have it. I don't have it. But whoever's in the fight that's wanting to battle that and have that debate, that's not the down south. I'm on a whole other plane, and I think that kind of conversation is really good. I have videos of me explaining what cisgender is. I've done it 10 years. So we're on a whole different level. So if you are a person who don't call me sis, bitch, I'm gonna call, just like you don't think I'm a man, you call me whatever you want to call me, I'm gonna say sis. If you don't like it, move on. And if you think that that's hypocritical, yep, sure. I accept whatever. You're not the type of person that I think deserves respect. And I'm not the type of person that you think deserves respect either. So we never gonna, it's like oil and water. We ain't never gonna mix. Because I think people who hold on to cisgender, a word that we did not create, that is because they want to be transphobic and they think it's a gotcha moment. They think like, ooh, you're calling me something I don't want to be called. What about you? You want to be called this and da-da-da-da. They think it's a gotcha moment, and it's not. It's just you being a transphobe. You don't have any other language issue in new words. Bitch, y'all just fucking learned about accountability. Y'all just learned about massage noir. Any other new words I'll accept, even though it's can any other new word that aligns with you accept all of it clearly. But all of a sudden, oh, I don't want to be cisgender. I don't need adjectives in front of, I'm just a woman. But when we want to be specific, talking about black women's issues, now all of a sudden you want to accept the adjective of black. You don't be saying, I'm a woman, don't call me a black woman. No, you talking about specific to black people. And so I'm talking about specific to cisgender women. When I say cis, I need you to know the difference. When I'm talking about trans and when I'm talking about cis, I want you to know the distinction. Because we all women, the problem is you don't think we all women. And that's okay. But anyway, so my point was telling y'all the story about what kind of shifted my mindset about cisgender women and a learning moment for me. I got that would be after the that's not what so what taught me to be more sensitive to cisgender women, not pander to them, but being more sensitive in certain moments. So somebody who one of the women in the circle of the conversation, she being vulnerable, shared her experience and how she grew into seeing trans women, from seeing a trans woman as a threat to seeing a trans woman as a human. Like this is another one. And so remember, my own experience, all the cisgender girls were cool with me being a black. So she described her growing up. She was like, in my life, I have been harmed. My trauma says men are not safe. Now, why I am open to this person's conversation is because we are in a space that is intentional about bridging the gap between cis and trans women. So her coming to this space is letting me know that she wants to bridge the gap. She's not just some bitch on the other end saying some dumbass shit. This is somebody who intentionally wants to heal our whatever the chasm is and close the chasm between us. Like that's the intention of the space. And so her being vulnerable in this moment, sharing her own experience, also gives context to me being open to understand the conversation. So I want to say that because sometimes You're just coming in attacking, and so I'm not gonna be open to any kind of bullshit or rebuttal you got to say, because bitch, you just fucking attacking, and you this conversation isn't intention to heal us. This conversation that you're bringing is to just be fucking harmful, just to be fucking harmful. And so I'm not gonna be susceptible to even listen to you and to try to talk this through because you just being a fucking bitch and a bigot. So fuck you. So I want to give the nuance of the conversation. So in the conversation we were having, she said, growing up, because I have been harmed, sexually harmed by men being in my space that's supposed to be private for women, I'm going to be sensitive to that. And so if I'm coming in a space before I learn about trans people and I'm clocking that you are a man dressed up as a woman, I'm going to feel safe in this. I would feel unsafe in this bathroom because you are a man dressed up as a woman. And you're not supposed to be in here. And before I had trans friends, my trauma was at the forefront. My trauma around being harmed by men was at the forefront. And so there was a time when I would be like, oh, you're not supposed to be in here. I know because I'm clocking you. I know you're a man dressed up as a woman. The context of the culture of teaching me that this is a sexual being. I felt unsafe in the bathroom with this person who for my lived experience, identified as this is a man dressed as a woman. And men were unsafe. And she said, that's how I initially felt because I was young and I had been harmed by men. And so, boom. And I think this goes back to what I said. That kind of misandry, I don't want to say misandry. Yes, I think it's okay. It's misandry. But there is a particular rightful fear of men that because of the history and data and all the harm that comes from them, we know we all have been harmed by a nigga in our lives. 90.9% of the time, 99.9% of the time, you don't have this experience, and so there's a rightful fear. And so she was sharing that it wasn't until I was in authentic relationship with trans women for me to understand them and understand their situation, where I was like, oh, I don't have to fear this person. And this is a whole different thing. Process between where my trauma, this is actually
When I ran agents in the field, I had to entrap them, cajole them, threaten them with deportation. You're never gonna know what I had to do. Now, apparently, all you gotta do is give them a couple bucks and a few kind words. I guess there really is no accounting for stupidity. But, and I'm serious now, as stupid as you are not gonna talk about what happened here. Because your usefulness to us, well, it just ran out. And for God's sake, I hope you're professional enough to get rid of the evidence.
We did it, Joe. We did it.
baby girl, your ass is a work of art. I love that beautiful shit. Ooh wee.
Rise and shine, Mum. Do you have a request, Mum? Naturally, Mum.
How she explained it, where my trauma was here at the forefront, and me having authentic relationships with trans women and learning about the experience not healed me from my trauma, but it let me see trans women in a more nuanced light, where I understand that this is a different thing. Where when I before I lumped everybody together, and so her sharing, in the space, in this vulnerable space, her sharing that with me had me sit. This is my life, just like she was having her learning process. I'm in my learning process. Anytime somebody had an issue with trans women in the bathroom, I dismissed it as ignorance. Oh, these are some ignorant ass bigots, blah blah blah, and kind of turn my nose up at it. But because this is somebody that I'm in community with, that I care about, and they care about me, to sit and listen to them and respect what they're saying, and know that their intention is not to be disrespectful and not to be transphobic. They really are sharing their experience to be vulnerable. Do you see what I'm saying? And so that gives it a different context and brings me to the table with a certain level of care and open ear, to where when she started talking about it, I was like, oh wow, I too have been harmed. It's kind of like when I see when I see a group of black dudes and I'm walking down the street and I'm like, I don't know the history of these black dudes. They could be the nicest, gentlemanly ass dudes, but because I've been in trauma situations with groups of black men and I'm walking down the street, there's going to be a certain level of anxiety that I have with this group of black dudes that I see. And so, because of my trauma is at the forefront, I might prejudge them because of my lived experience. That's exactly what she's sharing. That because I lumped y'all into the category of men and I've been harmed by men, I lumped y'all into that category fairly. Not fairly, reasonably. It's reasonable for me to lump you in because I don't know trans women like that. So I associate or the gender identity thing. I learned about it like I do now. So boom, you look like a man to me, or I'm clocking you as a man. So there's that. And so I had to look at my own trauma, my own lived experience, and how I grew up and how I grew. And it was a powerful moment for me when I heard her say that and heard her talking about it. And so when I asked the question of how the media trained us to view trans identity as something to solve, something to reveal, and the obsession of I think that yes, I think our culture kind of initially, if you don't know a trans person, what you would kind of see through the media is something that you should be scared of, or some kind of deviant thing. And I think that that's important to acknowledge. Now, I think it's a choice to stick there and to stay there. She could have easily rejected it. He could easily reject. And for me, I think the power in her example is I started to build authentic relationships with trans people. There's a lot of people out here who have strong anti-trans opinions that don't know one trans person. One trans person is not in their vicinity. All their ire and hate for trans people is based on a fake. Data shows that a person who actually knows a trans person, who actually is in community with one, whether it be forced or not forced, right? Because sometimes a lot of people only are forced into a community space with trans people when if they work with one, or they're in school with one, or they're in college with one. And so usually people who actually have come in contact with a trans person, usually that shifts their mindset about that person because you're forced to see them every day. You're forced to see them every day.
Hit that freeway going north. The next stop, Fort Zancudo. The convoy with the counterfeit printing place is leaving any minute. Let me get Camp in.
What up, dog?
Showtime, baby.
Your timing couldn't be better. Just got my ass in the hot tub.
Without me?
You don't need no invite, baby. You got an all-year pass. I got your glass right here, baby. Soon as we done with these bait plates, why don't you just pull up, baby?
Maybe.
I've never been.
All right, girl, I got the hint. We talk business first. Now hit me with that plan again. This Korean boy we working for is hot. Been texting my ass all day. I don't understand shit.
Alright, we got a tracker on the truck with the plates. We got the virus on our little hacker buddy to disable the security system. All we gotta do is stop this motherfucker. Get the printed plates and get away with our asses intact.
Baby, make this shit digestible as a motherfucker. And this Korean boy gonna pay. Hold up. Let me set this tub on energize mode. Oh, yeah, baby. Now I'm ready. Let's do this.
Hey, baby, this Korean dude.
Mm-hmm.
Which Korean?
How the hell I know? I thought you weren't supposed to ask that shit.
I don't know. I figured maybe it came up.
Nah, ain't nothing come up with these fools but the last party he at. Never seen this amazed me, the shady ass motherfuckers you meet in the fucking corner in the nightclub. This dude started talking about super dollars and shit. How they the perfect counterfeits and my ears prick up. Next thing I know, he's asking me if I knew someone who could rob them printing plates off a military convoy.
Ha! For real?
Yeah, I said I might know a girl who can set something up. You know, boom, and we out here.
The way I'm just excited to help people to go with the order. Sometimes there's positive they have paid some money, they feel they money, economically benefits, no food, no product, and they can't get over the border. Or
with your goofy ass slashing around in that tub.
Ain't nothing goofy over here in this tub. Listen, that gear kicks the motherfucking orchestra.
Teaching me all this stuff that I just didn't know. And so that I made way more issue as a it made me way more sensitive and my ears hurt something when I hear something that was wrong that somebody said. Like it never was a negative thing. Like it never was like, oh, you better quit. No. I never had a negative thing. It was a problem. I remember where then I could feel like, they never was an issue. They always said, well, in my issue. Then I listened to it. I don't remember a place where they were and they were an issue. Like, even in high school, we had a few agencies. There was few agencies. They were brothers and sisters. And both of them, brothers and sisters, they were part of it. They never like they never was. They never was an issue to what I had to get over for.
Okay, once you pull up on them, get your head straight. If they think the truck about to blow, they gonna have to. So light that shit up.
Just stay cool. Just fuck that shit up a little bit. If that truck explodes for real, we ain't getting shit. This is a weird ass situation, alright? But not as weird as some of these 4 a.m. conversations I had in these motherfucking nightclubs. Now let's make my dude happy and get him those pretty plates.
But yeah, it never was. I think it's not even. Remember, I grew up in New York. And I had to get the first time. From the first, every fast food place,
What the hell they just bring to the party? Is that for 50 cows?
every fast food place, I live, the whole thing. I do remember something. I ain't never been to a place where they don't know.
Yo, if you use explosives on them, be careful.
I
Don't burn your motherfucking plates.
You in a black neighborhood. You in a black and Latinx neighborhood. You ain't got one black. And every fast food in the neighborhood. And I do remember me thinking like, this feels there. I just think about it. I know black people got these. Y'all ain't got the book. Y'all ain't even got the burger flipper. It's nothing but that still is the thing. So I do remember having that was when I was like, okay, not going to. I do remember that. So yeah, anyway. This was a moment where me being in proximity to person talking and opening me up to. She suggested books. She 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 just gave me a political education. Um, you are so raking of pre-NAFTA times. They weren't that many immigrants in the class. Yeah, I think um, it was. No, because it was like in high school it was different. It was more for immigrants instead of me specific. I was in high school in the 90s. And in the 90s, yeah, in my high school, my particular high school. Now, I went to another high school, and they had way more immigrants in that. But in my school, it wasn't. And I don't know why that was. So our magnet, this is when the magnet program started too, and our magnet program was
Hey,
actually
baby, this Korean dude.
Mm-hmm.
Which Korean?
How the hell I know?
yeah.
I thought you weren't supposed to ask that shit.
I don't know.
Whereas
I
the
figured
magnet
maybe
program
it
was
came
other
up.
schools.
Nah, ain't nothing come up with these fools but the last party he had. Never ceases amaze me the shady ass motherfuckers you meet in the fucking green room at the nightclub. This dude start talking about silver dollars and shit. How they the perfect counterfeits and my ears prick up. Next thing I know, he's asking me if I knew someone who could rob a printing place off a military convoy.
Ha! For real?
Yeah, I said I might know a girl who can set something up. You know, boom, and we out here.
Anyway, my point is, she opened up my eyes. She opened up my eyes, not me being a person, opened up my eyes to how immigrant conversation. Because of that proximity, it helped me, it helped politically move me closer and more sensitive to the immigration people. Because prior to me being a person, I was indifferent. It wasn't negative. I was kind of neutral. That wasn't my issue. That wasn't my um, yeah. Yeah, we still do. You can ask me a little bit. Yeah, August. So anyway, so I think the same thing applies to trans people because usually people who are in community with trans people, especially if you go to cities, like even when the trans people start being like where people is like, I'm just so I just feel like I think it's important. There's a lot of people that are another thing that I want to ask you, do you think that obsession is actually about you, or is it more about the fear of losing control of the Like when we think about these kind of balance, these balancing of power, like me, Peter, Ray, I hope here is actually you're right. You're not like that. White people are losing the middle. Other places, they're nowhere near. But in places, they're losing or have lost in the world.
Soon as they pulling over, y'all better be on their ass. Getting in, get them plates.
Is 61 people here and only 37 people have thumbs up. That's like a little over half. It is great. Hit the thumbs up button if you are enjoying the conversation. Well, it don't cost you nothing. All right. Okay, I know another question that I wanted to ask y'all. What is the line between, okay, and remember the context of this conversation is people's obsession with whether or not somebody is trans or not. That's the context. So, what is the line between innocent curiosity
Soon as they pulling over,
and
y'all better be on their
hateful
ass.
behavior?
Getting in, get them
How do
plates.
we consciously cross that? How do we consciously cross that line? What do y'all think is the difference between somebody just being innocently curious and just fucking being fucking hateful? Just behaving like, is there a line, or is it just all this stuff? Or is there a line in
That's my shit.
Don't forget you got that virus. It's the only way you get past security.
Overly obsessed with people and it's like, even if we are accepting of the trans identity, sometimes that obsession with people, do I know people, even though it may not be legit.
That was pretty fast, y'all.
I remember I recently applied for United.
Ain't nothing we need but them plates, y'all. Soon as we got them, we hit the road.
Hey, yo, we need all them plates. Full set.
But
Orange, purple,
my
nothing.
cousin who's been invited to this for years, my cousin was talking about it, and he was talking about a couple of trans women, and how that I didn't think talking about how nobody nobody's ever rooted because there's a bunch of queer people, so it's not like the culture of the like
Hey, Kay,
the culture
check the
of
TV.
What
the
channel?
problem as
Any of them.
Alright.
is not accepting because there's all
Oh, that's us, y'all.
people that are not. But
Bad as fuck.
the
They got
they
like
do
news
have
dramas on y'all or
conversations
something?
on whether or not somebody
We
is
famous.
removed.
You see what's coming.
They might be questioning if they're
Oh, y'all better move.
and is that
That's like
innocent
a
or
whole
is
ass
that
army on the
negative?
freeway.
Like they're not
He ain't
trying to
lying.
remove you or be
Pick this
sensitive.
shit up.
It's just that it's just curious. It's like rumors of they might be right. Is that a negative thing? What crosses the line? That's what I'm asking y'all. What crosses the line? Is it just innocent? And is it just innocent for you? Negative and because I've been in situations where I questioned if somebody was with me.
Hey, don't be bringing no special ass motherfuckers to the drop off. Lose that shit.
I was so serious on figuring it out. I remember in my younger years being in a situation where like artists they always try to put the label with me.
Hi. TV news is calming down. They don't know where you're at.
Damn, that was some compelling shit, y'all. Y'all had me glued on the television.
I think it is what you do that period. Yeah. And I think that for me, sometimes
Hey, Kay, I've been thinking. This Korean dude, he gonna pay us in real or super dollars?
Real dollars, nigga. That shit hit my account before we hand over them plates.
Ah, yeah. That's business, baby. You still in that tub?
Hell yeah, baby. Popping a cork now. This shit is in the bag.
Order another bottle. I'm on my way.
Oh, shut up.
What up, though? I need some room service in this bitch. I need some champagne, some liquor. What you got? I need something up in this motherfucker. Now.
And so there's this line where I don't actually do something it's something.
Yo, party boy said you got there. Hell yeah. That motherfucker paying out right now.
To make her feel uncomfortable made me kind of ignore that and show up and make her and fuck my own things. I gave her a part of me and asked her to so and I've talked to her since then and she was like it was a moment where I was like, oh my god, I met somebody trans and she you can say it was a moment, but I remember being young and I would be not offended, but like, oh my God, it would do something to me when somebody would clock me in public. Even if they were nice, I would go home and be like, man, do I look like a man? And so, I don't know. It just, I don't, that's my own experience where I'm like, ooh, like, what do I do in this situation? I want you to be comfortable. But I don't want to give you self-consciousness about the look either, because I remember it was really cool. So I don't know. It was, those are my moments where I'm never going to do anything like that. But I do have a moment where I'm like, I don't know if I'm moving to this situation. Especially when I'm also the person that that will be like, it's none of your business. Just leave it alone. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? When I'm talking to a cis person, I'm like, it's none of your business. Why do you care so much? Just go on. I'm easy. It's easy for me to do that instead of and then. But when I self-reflect on my own affection with his identity, I give myself grace. Whereas if it's a cis person, no, mind your business. Mind your fucking business. Which can have a level of hypocrisy, but that just be being real. I don't think I don't think me as a trans person holds the same power and nuance as a cis person. So it's gonna be I'm gonna judge it. I know me. I'm gonna come in with a certain level of understanding. So I'm gonna give. I think some of this goes back to the idea of people wanting to believe that things need to be different. I do also hate that when people look, baby, I could tell by your elbows that you were trans. I can tell by how your earlobes detached from your jaw that you was trans. I can tell by how your knees when you were walking. They gonna make some of the most arbitrary bullshit reasons. That bitch, shut the fuck up. You ain't no shit. Shut the fuck up. I can tell because of this. I can tell. Girl, get out of here. When I literally have seen trans people who I know have said, or when I'm in a space where somebody hasn't clocked me yet, or my tea isn't exposed, and I can tell by your eyelids, yeah, your eyelids shaped with some dumb ass shit. Get the fuck out of here. They will have all kinds of shit. I done heard some of the crazy shit. I can tell how you were peeing in the bathroom, the scream of your pee. All kinds of stuff. I've heard some of the most ridiculous things of why somebody's lying. Like, girl, why how they can always tell. And I've heard somebody tell me, you don't know my teacher. How they can always tell. Yeah. So yes, I totally understand. Yes. Um, you're supposed to say, yeah, sometimes you can't know if they're saying if they're in a safe space. I remember this girl in college, I talked about this before, where in college there was this girl who, I told y'all at that stage, there was a period, like a month, where the rumor of me succeeded me. So there was a rumor that there was a trans person on campus, but because I wasn't all over the place all the time, they considered that I was the trans person. So I would be out in the city but these girls were talking about the trans person that lived in the room. And da 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 and I'm living with a person sitting right next to me. They didn't know. But I also was in a situation where there was this girl who I even thought I was trans. So when they were doing the rumor of a trans person, they thought it was her that they were talking about. But she was disfigured. She wasn't trans. But I looked at her and I thought she was trans because everything about her screamed trans. Like it was like she didn't have big hips. Go back to what I said about not falling into the stereotypical idea of femininity. She had broad shoulders, she had small hips, He was built like Gina from Martin. You know, Gina really ain't got no hips. It was not it like this kind of built like broad shoulders, small hips, and she was super lean. So it wasn't like she was even soft. She was kind of like hard and toned a little bit because she was athletic in that kind of shape. And her makeup was real wrong, like it was real ashy. And, you know, this also a time when we can have a wide range of color makeup that kind of fits different colors. Especially if you love the shade, the makeup, the face. Also, just her lips with that black and put the little, you know, the little soft colored lips. This is soft colored lips. This is popular. Remember, this is the year 2000. So soft colored lips was popular and people around her lips. And it just gave me a trend for me that didn't know how to use them. Like to me, if I bet on her being fat, I would have lost, but I would bet. But she wasn't. Only thing, this is the only thing that made me question it was for sure was to make me not. She had a boyfriend on campus, and how she treated her publicly, let me know. She was too public with love. They be kissing in the mouth, they be in public doing all kinds of stuff. And she was saying he would not even, and I had experienced no open relationship. And young people, I just knew that it was. In my brain, I was like, no, you're treating her too respectful. But I did treat you friends and other people like you friends. But once they started putting my face with the name, then they started, it took about a month for them to be like, no, that's too much. So they put me in the boys group. So people started to point me out. And then it's Fred, oh, that's not. But at what point they started to
Get the SUV, drop it off somewhere. Nowhere the cops might notice it. And close the auto shop. I set a couple of spots where it should be good.
All right, another thing that I want to talk about is another aspect of the obsession with whether or not people are saying or not transition and regret narrative training that the white people love. So mainstream movies like how that's right wing, they love all the political commentators. They love to outside and give tons of airtime to transitioning schools. Training them and practice cautionary tales. Look at what can happen with this mistake and with this mistake, especially when you see your kids and when you talk about they love to give them more airtime than actually is commensurate to the reality of our And so when we talk about the media sensationalization of the needs of the people who choose to stop or alter their transition, even though they love to take that limelight, but the reality that they're totally ignoring is that there is an overwhelming majority of trans people who choose to sit, who are living their life peacefully after transition. They're living peaceful, mundane lives. And so this obsession with the idea of this, you could be making a mistake. While it's not saying that it doesn't exist, I'm not saying that somebody didn't do a U-turn or wasn't influenced, But the number of people, first of all, our numbers in general in the human population, people stay throughout 1%. But 1% includes trans men. So we, the trans women particularly, is like 9%. We have the net. We are such a small part of the community in regards to that. But also, like 1% of that small community these transitions. So giving them more limelight is an intentional gaslighting effect. Like most of us don't and don't bring these people into play of these power. I mean, we usually to live our life and be trained. Our transition actually helps us regulate our I think some are, and then some. This is what I think. I think that some are really trans, but they can't deal with the oppression that comes with it. Like, ooh, this is kind of I would be comfortable if the system wasn't so hard in my particular life. But I also think, so that's one sector of detransition, but I also think that certain people, they are trans because of circumstances, not because it's innately in them. I have seen and experienced trans people who I just so happen to be pretty as a girl, way more prettier as a girl than as a boy. And when I got up in drag for the first time, I got this particular. This is my story with my. She was my friend when I was young. We kind of my friend Charvella. When she got older, we had deep conversations about when I was a butch queen in my younger years. I didn't get any attention. I was a dark skinned, kind of ugly boy that was, that the trade didn't live for, that the butch queens didn't live for. But as soon as I transitioned and I looked actually like a beautiful girl, trade started giving me attention. Butch queen started living and saying, "Yeah, bitch, you are bitch," and da. She started getting this particular attention about her presentation. And she was like, that attention was ridiculous. And so while I may not have, now that I'm older and I done got titties and I done got fucked and I've started living a life, I started to regret it. I wish that I would have did it. And so I think she's one of the people that may not have been trained. She just, her environment said, ooh, this is how I can get it.
Hey, listen up. We get ready for a big one, y'all. Stealing gold from the Union Depository. Now, I ain't one for gossip, but the client just came through with a piece that's juicy and useful. The bank manager's cheating on his wife with his secretary. Shifty ass motherfucker. We gon' use this shit to get the vault codes out of her. Step one, steal a police chopper so we can...
I mean, it could be somebody like that who may turn around and go, I don't know. I that there are excellent of who is in college. So I think that there's some people that they go in a house and they just don't happen to look pretty and the next house is a house of mother and father or two houses out wants to win trophies and so we're going to start to get the money and start to get the internet and start to get the face working and we know we can win the trophies and so there, getting the board harder. And now you're a girl and you really didn't want to be a all because of your environment. I think that could be common, but I just don't think that that's common enough for it to be this whole scary scale of the transitioning experience. I think that what my point is, they love to shine a light on that type of person. And I'm not saying that their story isn't meant to, isn't powerful enough to tell, but know that I'm not speaking as a promoter. I know that you are high. You are disproportionately higher than you at school because of your culture, not because you can tell the nuanced stories about people. It is because you want to put a threshold and you want to hear what you do. Or you want to solidify the idea that this is just a thing. This is just a topic. That this is not
plugged into the vehicle on a database, so it should be easy to find a bank manager's car with that.
And we have to be careful about the idea of municipality. I think sometimes they love to pedestal it as this is really the people behind it. They put money to this so that it can they gave ICE the money to do this so that it can be out there for the right thing to do. I don't know if the schools either produce it as useful. Being in the drag world, you see boys who make pretty girls from all the way to work. You know, why do you? There's a girl in Barbara. And then sometimes people transition to hustle. I think Chinese, basically, I don't know what I'm in now, but I think Chinese recently was going through this whole deep transition thing. But I think he was doing it to get right between church people to donate money so she can get their citizenship. But now she's actually real. No, you just never know what motivates people to do this kind of thing.
If he sees you, this shit is over.
Most different slaves say that. How do you say that? Slaves. Most of these transitions are just transferable to you. Or it's more personal. But they don't use part of it. That's not my fault. It's not. When relatively good. You got a question? Are you happy that she's ready to be? Get them, girl, this was good. If the church people will donate to you, this would get that. We're going to say this, so people pretended to be mad at selling ads. Just to get donation, just to help us. Just to help you out. I think I have a video called The Journey of Beatrice that I posted. I did an episode called Journey. Journey. I can't remember what the name was, but I talked about one of the girls that did transition. So, like, she was doing this kind of this like anti-trans Christian. And the problem wasn't that you detransition. My problem is once you get off the boat, leave us the fuck alone. I don't just because you made the mistake and your journey is oh I had this revelation. That don't mean all of our journey is like that, dude. I transitioned for me. I didn't transition for you. I didn't transition for you. I was getting music because I was a fucking boy. I didn't transition for me. I didn't get music as a boy. Christian. I was very eager about it. I was chilling straight niggas who I didn't. But getting men wasn't something that I had an issue with as a queer little thing. Getting men who identify with me straight, getting the masculine boys, that was my motivation. I didn't need to transition. So I never was in a situation where I was transitioning for men. I was transitioning because of sexuality. I wanted to be a girl before I was even asked that. So get out of here. That's not everybody's journey. So when you see transition, don't try to make your particular experience a reflection of all of them. You went and got surgery with things because you were searching for yourself. That's not what I heard. Everybody is experiencing it. Does that make sense? Like you went and got these things because you were confused. Which I'm not confused. You are. And it's okay for you to turn around. And I think you should be in support. But my apologies, when you get off the boat, don't make it seem like we all are just transitioning because you are, because you had that experience. You know, the devil had me, the devil ain't got me. The devil had you. Don't try to put that shit on me because you got off the boat. Don't do it. Yeah, I don't like that. It's one of the problems.
Once we show him this photo, those barcodes is ours. And you know what? I'ma send it to his wife
Just
anyway.
because you're a bitch to think of
We
yourself
robbing the
as a
bank,
man.
but that shit is wrong,
Don't put that
y'all.
on me. Go to the bathroom and look down. You a man. Okay, Marcus Marcus, that's you. Father of three, that's you. That ain't got nothing to do with the rest of us. You out here fucking and impregnating lesbian, trans men. That's your lived experience. So I can see how you still thinking of yourself as a man. That's you. You got 3 kids. You gotta take your wig off and put your suit on and be looking like a fucking weirdo with implants and a suit like they can't tell you a fucking deformed ass nigga going to see your kids because you got to detransition to go to your school, to go to the schoolhouse about your kids. Bitch, that's your lived experience. I see how fucking you live. That's not mine. I can understand how you think and how you thinking. But you out here getting studs from the back. Bitch, that ain't my experience. I can see how you still in your masculine and still a male to yourself. That's not my experience. I ain't got nothing to do with no vagina. I ain't never had no vagina in my life. I ain't running around becoming a baby daddy of 3. The stud. That's you. So we on 2 different planes. And this is one of the reasons why, now I'm not one of these people, but this is one of the reasons why a sector of the trans community hate the umbrella of transgender. While some of us like the idea of, I'm a transsexual, as opposed I'm not just a transgender, because I understand the umbrella of that. And some people don't like to be lumped in with the non-binary, trans people, and the flaming roles of the da-da-da-da-da-da. I understand it. Now I think that they just sometimes, but I understand why they have a problem with people being lumped in the same thing. Get it? I'm gonna ask what she do on that. trash. Girl, like we can't see that box ass mug and then honey, hot egg juice titties that you covering up with a blazer and a big shirt. Girl, get out of here. But you want to go to the school house and not embarrass your kids. These kids are getting even more out just because they fucking you come into that house looking like a fucking alien. Anyway, if you are just tuning in, make sure you thumbs up. I see that there are people in here. Welcome. We are talking about the obsession with the trans identity and how that has spread over in our culture. If you are new to the show, only people who can comment with Dr. Pope, he was in the conversation with you. So yeah, so I think that people being with school and that we transition. Sounds about Cuban to me. Sounds about Cuban to me. I'm cool with one, just don't do it. And that is what I think in the early old first was coming out, it was like, I'm not one of them crazy other girls. You can have a difference of opinion without calling all the rest of us crazy. Like, I know tons of trans people that we have different of opinion, but they're just saying this hot and this hot. The other girls, that's it. But don't call us all crazy because we don't think like you. All right, so let's go to so I'm going to talk about the true crime and the fiction shows. For decades, TV shows like Law and Order, movies. Person's identity as a shocking plot twist or a sign of inherent deceit. I kind of wanna. This kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. How they watching these kind of fictional characters, or how people respond to these particular stories, respond in disgust or shock to a reveal. How that kind of decades of doing that primed the public to view real life trans people as something hiding something or secret or disgust in that kind of way. And this is, and I brought this up because I see it differently. When I was growing up, when I would tell a boy that I was trans, especially in Indiana, maybe not, but especially in Mississippi, where it was not a lot of trans people, where the trans concept, it wasn't all over the TV. So, because of that, I could introduce myself as a trans person, and I would be the person that was explaining it to a person. Whereas now, people are exposed to propaganda, lies, and shit about trans people. So they already have some preconceived lies in their mind about trans people. Whereas back in the day, because we didn't have this limelight, you actually actually could introduce somebody to real lived experience as a trans person, and they have a more sensitive or sympathetic idea of who you are and what you are. You know what I'm saying? Your whole scenario. And so, but now, you got niggas saying, oh, if I be a trans person, I'll kill that motherfucker. When prior to that, they wouldn't even think about it because they never heard people talking about trans people. They wouldn't think anything about killing you. Whereas now, that could be the first thing, oh, I'm in this scenario, and here I am. Now I can overreact to it. Where if I was if prior to me having hearing all this negative rhetoric, I'm on threads right now with a nigga talking about you're pretending to be a woman and tricking these men, and that's why y'all die. No, I am the leading expert in this. And most trans women who get murdered, they are murdered by people who know their team. It ain't people who don't know their team. It's very, very rare that's a situation where they don't know people. Very, very rare. Very rare. So you trying to make it seem like trans women are just out here tricking people. Most trans women I know are scary in the mother. They ain't gonna even tell you no tea in person. They gonna text it to you. There's very few women who have the look and the courage, that combination, who are willing to put you through. Very few people. I ain't saying, but it's very few people that have the look and the courage to be out here doing. So that's very rare. And it's very rare on the opposite end for a nigga to be a murderer. There's a certain type of mind that will kill you over that. And most niggas just gonna be like, oh, this ain't my thing to leave. That's normal. That's the norm. It's very few people in the world who are socio-fucking-ass that would just kill you about it. I'm talking about anything. I guess you think about those people who kill somebody because they stepped on their Air Force Ones in the club. That takes a particular type of nigga who is kind of off to kill somebody over stepping on some shoes. Does that happen? Yeah. But most niggas, they might fight you, they might push you, they might be mad, but to actually kill somebody over stepping on some Air Force One, that takes a particular type of grace. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing with a trans woman, trans person. It's a particular type of crazy motherfucker that will actually be a trans person, even under the deception, and actually have the guts and the mindset to actually kill a person behind it. That's really rare. Those two combinations, it makes that situation very rare. Okay. Oh, seems like she wanted to set this up. I think so too. See, what my thing, I'm gonna go back to it. I think that just like we see people who are using the internet as a grip, Flame is a comedian who groundbreakingly was on shows like Comic View back in the day, and it did not blow her up in the way that she thought it would. Okay? Remember, remember when she had that incident with Cheryl Underwood on Comic View? If that happened now, that would have blew up and turned her into something. But because it happened in the 90s, it was just a funny cultural moment, but it didn't open up doors for her to be on shows, her to be on stuff. You see what I'm saying? She had been out here doing the comedy thing for a while, but it didn't blow her career up. She got on Comic View and it didn't do shit. Some people got on Comic View and it went on for them to be a part of movies. You see what I'm saying? But we weren't in a cultural trans renaissance. for us where opportunities were coming our way for us to have opportunity. But boom, fast forward to the 2010s and the 2020s, now we're in a different place when it comes to training people. Because now it's like, ooh, where are the token training people we can give the opportunity? And then we got Tiffany Haddish, who is producing the special, and I'm gonna put Flame Monroe on the show because I need a token trans person because the trans thing is hot right now. And so she's a trans comedian that has been on the comedy train since the 90s. Why wouldn't I pick her? We're in the time where we're tokenizing trans people. She is like the trans version of Laverne Cox. Laverne didn't just pop up and randomly get picked to be on Orange is the New Black. Laverne had been out here trying to be an actress already for decades. That's why people was gagged that she was in her 50s. She's been out here going on auditions and being in these kind of niche movies. She played up in a movie where she was in a wheelchair and she was like in a dance waltzing kind of thing. Laverne had already been out here hitting the pavement. And so boom, when this trans renaissance happened, she had the experience, she was prepared for the opportunity. You feel what I'm saying? So it wasn't just a happenstance that she got into Orange is the New Black. She had worked hard to get into that position. And I think it's the same thing with Flame. She has been not getting opportunities for decades since the 90s. And then bam, here I go, get this opportunity. Of course, I'm an old school trans queen, drag queen, old school, who has this mindset, I mean, very, two-on food drag queen type of motherfucker. And so bam, I come into a space where now I can have this kind of conservative not anti-trans, but against community mindset, and I can get on the Breakfast Club, one of the biggest black platforms in the world, and I can get my fucking numbers are going up. I'm getting opportunities to be, especially people who don't like trans people. I'm actually getting. Remember, she started doing these little things. It opened up the door for her to be paid to do this stuff because she's popular now. That was the grip. So I don't think it was necessarily that she wanted acceptance. I think that, this is giving me opportunity. But once that fades, where's she at now? When's the last time we heard about Flame doing something big? It's the same thing with Boosie, absolutely. When the last time Boosie had a hit? Like, nigga, every time we hear about you, it's because you're responding to some trans shit. It's not because of your music. And I think people hop on the anti-trans train because it makes them go viral. When we think about, I think there's a bunch of people like that. Angela Stanton, I think, I don't think it's just a trans issue, but anything right wing. I think Candace Owens, her being the token black person, the articulate black person who are right wing, she checks all the boxes that they need to sell their talking points. And so that was the time. Now I do think that it's getting kind of played out. Hey, Serenity. Even Ross Sheriff under the I didn't want to go. I'm not I don't like that right money and you not none of my favorites. But I keep hearing that they were making racist jokes and people were speaking about it. That's what people talk about on the internet. They was making a lot of racist jokes, white people jokes. I was like, that's kind of on brand for this level of comedy. I never found that like now I'm a you know I said this, but I'm a David Chappelle fan in regards to the comedy, even though I'm not a fan of nothing like all the bullshit. But Dave Chappelle is at least good. I don't find Kevin Hart to be good. This whole talking about how Fantasia interactions with them was not the skit the whole section between 40-year-old and 15-year-old. But that was typical of even the critique of Color Purple when it came out in the 80s. Black men were they live up still like we're making black men look bad. But that shows us there's more like it. Probably not. Anyway. Okay. Let's talk about trans investigation. Trans investigation. So, um, in regard to the culture online. So there is this rise of online conspiracy culture. When you think about TikTok, Twitter, his name was signed up right. Now it's X. Your mama called your Twitter, I'm gonna call you Twitter. And YouTube, there's literally a subculture for the conspiracy theorists where people are trans investigating obviously cisgender celebrities, claiming that anyone and everyone from Star, anyone and everyone from Michelle Obama to various Hollywood actors who are secretly trans, um, based on anything from their shoulders or the length of their fingers. We talked about that earlier, where it could be some of the most random bullshit that they're investigating whether or not they are trans. Is she trans? Is she not? And I told y'all earlier, I really ran into a dude, and we were having an amazing conversation, and then I started talking about Michelle Obama. It had nothing to do with trans. And I said something about the Obamas. And I said to Michelle Obama, and he started talking about it, and at the end he said, Michael. And I was like, and he was like, yeah, that's a man. And I said, are you joking? You really think that Michelle Obama? He's like, yeah, I think one of the reasons why Barack started bringing trans people into his his political sphere because he wanted to make a safer place for his wife who used to be a man. I was like, you really believe that? You believe that a man with a transgender wife became president? A black man. You think that if there was proof of any history of Michelle Obama being a man with her two kids that she birthed, they would have allowed him to be the president? Like, you really believe that? Of all all the things that Obama had to overcome, you think that they would have let him in office with a trans woman wife? Okay. All right, baby. I'm gonna have to end this right here. You have a wonderful night. Life. Have a great. He was like, damn, I spit the real to you, and you didn't even. And it's not knocking out the person's dinner. Yeah, I can't handle this level of stupidity. I can't. Anybody that has been that's stupid enough to believe this level of propaganda, I can't do it. It is 73 people in here. Make sure you thumbs up if you are just joining us and forgot. Make sure you thumbs up. Yeah. So when we think about um, this is this is this fixation on people being trans. It's absurd. It's absurd. Like when you start measuring people's collarbones to prove their gender, when you start having these fucking arbitrary things, like look, there is anthrometrics, there is measurements, average measurements of the human body. There is, I remember when I was studying, the type of body that I wanted when I was young in my transition. I looked up different things of what was the average measurement? Like, what's the average measurement between the waist and hip ratio? So when you think about, 36, 24, 36, that those numbers, I remember like, what's the, I can't lie. That there was a line in that song where they were talking about, they gave the measurement. And I remember looking it up, like, what is the average, average female body? What is the average ratio between the hip, the waist, and the hip? And so, average, there is numbers, they're called information. There's average women, whatever your waist is, add 10 to 12 inches. And if you fall in that, now this doesn't mean that people don't fall out of it, but average, whatever your waist is, your hips are 10 to 12 inches from that number. So if your waist is a 30, your hips usually are going to be a 40 or 42. That was the average at the time that I looked at it. So now, are there some people who go above that? Yes. Are there some people who go below that? Yes. But average body measurement, you usually are like 10 to 12 inches. Your hips are 10 to 12 inches above whatever your waist is. So, when I was building my body with surgeries, I wanted to make sure that my waist to hip ratio was within that range. So that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to make sure that everything was in that range. And so I didn't want to be over. I didn't want to be over. And that is what I did. There is some average. There's some things. When you think about FFS, when we think about how facial feminization works, there is a range of, we talked about this on another line, where brow bone and jawline, there are some unique differences that testosterone changes during puberty, like even your vocal cords. One of the reasons why men get deeper voices is because calcium builds up around the vocal cords and make the vocal cords thicker. And so, because of that, how that works, is it calcium? I think that's what it is. I can't remember exactly what it is. But it makes the vocal cords thicker. And so, and that's what makes the voice deeper. So, because of that, those are different things. So somebody might have to get surgery to tighten the vocal cords. You might have to get your brow collarbone shaped down. There are things that are unique, but there are some people who naturally fall outside of these averages. Yes. On average, are females shorter than males? Yes. On average. But there are some females that are taller. Naturally. Are there some males that are shorter? Yes. There are some males that are 5'2", naturally. But on average, girls have a
Good morning, Mum.
Than boys. So sometimes in the younger years, girls are taller than boys. And then once puberty hits, the boys shoot up. This is averages. This doesn't mean that there aren't people that fall between those things. Got it? So when we think about this kind of stuff, you can't just judge somebody's identity based on these kind of arbitrary lines, because everybody is not going to fit in these lines. Everybody is not going to be the perfect specimen of the hyper feminine form or the hyper masculine form. It's just not. Cisgender or trans. There's going to be some cisgender people that fall outside of those averages.